Good morning, my friends. Welcome back. We good to go? Yes, sir. I think so. We good to go? Yes, sir. I think so. We good to go? Yes, sir. How are you guys doing today? Welcome back. I think so. Good to see you all. We good to go? Yes, sir. How are you guys doing today? Welcome back. I think so. Good to see you all. We good to go? Yes, sir. How are you guys doing today? Welcome back. I think so. We're gonna buy gold today or what? Go? Yes, how are you guys doing today? Welcome back. I think so. We're gonna buy gold today or what? Go? Yes, how are you guys doing today? Welcome back. I think so. We're gonna buy gold today or what? Go? Yes, how are you guys doing today? Welcome back. We're gonna buy gold today or what? Go? Yes, how are you guys doing today? Welcome back. We're gonna buy gold. Oh. Now we're back. Yeah, I think we're good now. Okay. Yo, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you're from. Let's see what we have in the building. Here we have Ivy in the chat. Good to see Ivy. NamFX. How are you doing, man? We have Keto World, my friend Nawaz. We have Ben Zen, DS, Gio, Connie. Yeah. Pradeep. What's happening, my man? How are you? Good morning. Okay. Beautiful. Let's continue the winning streak. Hopefully. Let's see. Yeah, let's talk about gold today. Let's put on some music. Let's get the party started. I'm excited for today's session. And today we can put on the song. All right. Today I think we can actually put on the song because now we can actually give it a go. I think we have to do it and give it a try. And then we go from there. What do you think? Yeah? Let me give it a try. 1 second. That's not the sound I was looking for. You ready? Push it higher. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been waiting for a little bit of a pullback. A little bit of a pullback scenario. We have to do it right now at the moment here. So let's actually make that happen. Good morning or good night, wherever you're from right now watching. This is the Asian session here. Looking forward to it. Give your boy a like if that's possible. That would be nice. That would be very appreciated. Looking to buy potentially today. Okay. I have set my my limits already. Or no, actually I don't. Why haven't I set my limit orders? Why haven't I done that? Now I have. I'm setting my limit order right around there. Okay. In case we do get back down to this area. Okay, the early previous daily point of control. So the previous daily point of control, or the point of control of what was it? Wednesday. Yeah. The point of control of Wednesday. Why there? The main reason why there is because that Wednesday was such a day with so much volume. So much volume on a Wednesday, like crazy amount of volume on a Wednesday, that I was like, wow. The fact that we have managed to break back above that level, specifically the point of control of that level, is in my opinion, or was in my opinion, a very, very good Very good sign, actually. Okay, that's a very good sign. So overall, when I look at the order flow as well here right now at the moment, you can actually see it on the higher time frame. We are above those levels, the previous daily and the early previous daily, the previous daily and the early previous daily, right there. You can actually see that this now actually closed above. All right, yesterday we closed above that. That is actually a sign of strength. Okay, that's a good sign. That's a good sign for gold right now. Right, dollar broke out as well here. It's not, I want to not say the dollar is not looking weak, but at this moment, in my opinion, I need to see a little bit of a pullback scenario for gold. I prefer to not short gold at the moment, personally. I prefer to look for longs right now at the moment. And the main reason why I'm saying that is because the following, if you go to the 1 hour time frame, right, and you look at the actual order flow in the market here, let's look at the order flow, right? And look at yesterday, for example, all right? And then you look at this box below, all right? This is a box. Oh, this is called the data, all right? The real data behind the charts right there. And look at this. It's all freaking red. It's all red. Red, 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 red. It's all red, okay? What means this? That pretty much, if you just want to clarify and simplify it, that we are seeing a lot of selling at the bottom, okay? And when I say a lot of selling at the bottom, I'm saying a lot of selling at the bottom, right, with high volume, but no follow through, okay? So high volume, a lot of selling, but no follow through. That is not strong. That is not a good, that is not weak, okay? There's an absorption of sellers right there. So then you have to think about, okay, so if that's the case, right? If that's the case right now, you see that in the order flow, a lot of selling at the bottom, but no follow through and price shoots up, then how are you going to deal with that, right? What is then the reason for price to potentially go up? Well, what you have to think about is the following, right? Imagine that you are having a lot of sellers stepping in at the bottom. Price shoots up, right? And then the candle closes bullish, right? The daily candle closes, for example, above the open or around the open, right? Then all those sellers are thinking now like, ah, shit, I might selling a bit too late here. Let me close my trade in drawdown or break even, or whatever it is. And that's going to cause some buying pressure to come into the market, right? If you sell or you close your sell, you have to buy back. So it's kind of like it causes like more fuel to be generated for buys, for longs. And therefore, I think I'm thinking about a little bit of a retracement, okay? Just a little pullback. Not much. Overall, we're kind of bearish still. The trend is bearish, so it is a counter-trend trade, yes. But we did manage to close above the major range. We have seen the breakout, and now we're seeing some sort of retest as well. Can we just make that little pullback back towards the Wednesday highs? Why the Wednesday highs? Because the following. This is where the next major resistance is at, actually, okay? So could it be, and this is the question, that we go up right there, right? And that we then sell off again, right? Something like that. Or that we are trying to continue the trend to the downside, right? Something like that is what I'm waiting for to see if you during the ASIS session can establish a little bit of a push for us, hopefully, to then look for the quick pullback long for us today here after the amount of shorts that we have to deal with, the amount of shorting that we have done in the last 2 weeks. I think I short all my trades. I don't know how many, but I think most of them were shorts. Like 9 out of 10 of them were shorts. Yesterday on the stream, quick short, right? But I think today is more long. At least that's what I'm aiming for right now at the moment. Okay. Let's look at the dollar as well. The dollar is right now. Let's look at the dollar as well. Yeah, the dollar is not looking super weak, right? But what the thing is with the dollar right now is that we did create some sort of manipulation range and that we will find a lot of resistance at these levels right there. Even if the dollar comes up, the dollar will find a lot of resistance around these levels. We use the volume profile as well. We call it a range, some manipulation, and then a push down. And that caused gold to rally yesterday. And now we're retracing towards the value area. Remember, we talked about this yesterday on the stream. The value area low and the value area high. And the dollar is below that. So the dollar left the value area, is now trying to come back into it. If we get rejected at it and we push down, then what's going to happen? Gold is going to go hopefully up. Yeah. So I'm looking for a long bias now at the moment. Let's see if we can come up. All right, let's see if we can push it. And yeah, that will be fantastic, my friends. That will be amazing if you can actually start coming up right now and start looking at this bullish market condition. Okay. In the short term. All right. I know there's still a lot of resistance here, but we just need, in my opinion, the volume to kick in for us to break out to the upside. You know what I mean? We need to see a little bit of volume right now, like a little bit of a push back to the upside right here, and just a breakout or whatever, and then we could potentially go up like that. That makes a lot of sense to me personally. Okay. Hello, Lorenzo. You don't see the price under the 4,000 for the next few hours? Not really. Personally, I don't know. That's my personal opinion. Like, I'm not a wizard, by the way. Yeah, I'm just a guy trying to trade, not from his bedroom, but like, you know what I mean, close to it, in his living room, just chilling, just doing his best every day. That's it. Okay. Perfect. Buys, longs. Yes. I'm MetaTrader 5. I am already in a long already, but this was already way before. Okay, and if you missed out on that, then I highly recommend you, okay, to pay attention to the following here. I have a buy limit set here as well, right below, because on futures I didn't execute my trade yet. On MetaTrader I did. So if you are, and I'm gonna open this in a second, give me one moment. If it loads, yes it does. Right there. 1 second. If you are not aware of this, I highly recommend to join my Telegram group, because I uploaded the video yesterday.
All right, I wanted to create a quick video for you because tomorrow's stream is going to be very soon. I'm going to go to bed in a second here, but I wanted to update you quickly about why I'm potentially looking for longs.
Boom. Okay. This is why I joined the Telegram group, because I want to update you as much as I can as well for important updates and things like that outside of the stream. So I think this is a very important moment for you to pay attention to that. So you can also do and take that in account, okay? Because it's very important that sometimes, not on the stream, you're going to find the best possible entries, but outside of it, you will. Just saying, you know what I mean? But therefore, you need to be in our Telegram, in our free Telegram, actually, okay? You don't have to pay for it. It's just me giving you some updates. Very easy for me, very easy for you, and very easy for the both of us, you know, on the stream as well here, you know? Oh, that makes sense. Oh, that makes sense. Yes, Skinny D cut the trade before the stream. Good. Then we're on the same page. Yeah, let's see if we can push it though. We are finding resistance, but what does gold need to do right now? Gold needs to freaking break out of this high. All right? It needs to break out. And I think if we break out, sorry. I think if we break out, we're going to potentially fly a little bit. This is what we hope to see. But if we do manage to break and leave that short-term resistance here, that we actually go straight to the very high of yesterday, okay? Of Wednesday, sorry. Another layer is this, right? The daily candle, okay? The thing about the daily candle here is super interesting because the following, okay? Look at the Wednesday amount of volume that was traded here. This is a full Wednesday candle right there, okay? The Wednesday open to the close. All right, very bearish. The was an extremely bearish day. Remember, 1,600 pips to the downside. Huge contracts traded there below. Huge amount of contracts. Look at that, 172,000 contracts, and we closed above that. Okay, we closed above that, and I like that. I like the fact that we closed above the point of control of that, particularly. Okay, this is why we are finding support here. How interesting is that it worked like that? You see that? You see the white line? The white line is the point of control, the most volume. And then if you draw a line right now, whoop, look at that. Where are we holding support right now? We're holding support right now at a box right there. We can zoom in a little bit more so you can kind of see it better. But that's the overall point I'm trying to make. We closed back above the high volume Wednesday, and now we're bouncing from this zone. This is the daily candle of today in development right there, right? So yeah, let's see if we can push it. That will be very, very nice. Very nice. Are you in a trade? Yes, I am. On MetaTrader 5 already. That's why you have to watch my Telegram. In this one, if we have to come down one more time, I will get filled as well, a bit lower on futures, but I'm never chasing the market, okay? I'm never chasing the market. If I miss out on my futures fill, I'm out of the trade. I don't really care. Just be patient, then. Just being patient, right? Price could potentially still come back, whatever. If that's the case, but yes, on MetaTrader 5, we are already in position right now at the moment. Okay. If I can find it, there we go. Proof of funds. Proof of execution. Okay. So watch the Telegram if you want to know these levels here, because
the Wednesday.
We talked about this very, very clearly.
The pullback for maybe.
But we wanted to see this
perspective as well.
Where is it?
That's it. All right. Looking forward to that right now. Trying to trade towards the Wednesday highs. That's it.
Where's my beautiful line there?
Short-term.
My beautiful line.
Selling. You can.
Anyways. Yeah. Updates. Why not trading in the 1 minute time frame? Why not trading in the 15-second time frame? Why not trading in the 5-second time frame? I don't think it matters really. You know what I mean? It doesn't really matter. I think the 5 minute is very good actually. I like the 5 minute, the 15 minute. I think it's about just like the levels. You know, the zones of interest. It's not about looking at each candle, what's happening inside of each candle right now, right here at the moment. For me, it's much more about zones and buying areas of quote unquote interest. All right. That's what I'm looking for. So yeah, let's see if we can fly. Hopefully we maybe pull back a little bit more, to be really honest. I hope, because I actually want to trade futures too. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's good, amazing. Yeah. No, but the candle before is 172,000 contracts. Look at that major volume. Yeah, that's always priority. The high volume always. Can we get like a big move today? I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if it could push down. One more time. But once we are below, we need to we really want to hold this area. There's no doubt about that here. We really need to hold this zone here. Or we really want to hold this area right here specifically. Okay. The 4009, the 4010, all the way down to like, yeah, 4000, I would say. We don't really want to like close below. We could actually come down all the way still towards the, yeah, 4000 is actually the level, right? 4000 roughly. 3098, something like that in worst case. But like, I want to see a build up. We need to see the breakout, right? That's what we need to see pretty much, the breakout. Yeah, I was really excited actually to wake up this morning because I knew that this would potentially happen here. So I hoped to wake up with gold not dropping, or like gold not dropping before the closure, let's say, like aggressively or something like that. Because the last thing that I saw when I was looking at the chart, we were roughly speaking around there, and we were coming down already. So I was hoping for price to not break down before the closure. Gold go down to entry and then fly. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. For me, this is a little bit of a also my MT5. It's a little bit of a wider stop because I'm anticipating just a move, and the stops are pretty clear below as well. So I can hold on to this a little bit. For futures, I'm a bit more aggressive, I would say. That's also the beautiful thing about it. Like I can take a bit more, I can treat it a little bit differently. Yeah. Are you waiting for the retest to buy in CFDs? No, already in at the bottom pretty much. For futures, I'm waiting for price to get to that zone. And then I will get filled here too. So we're waiting. Hopefully we do get some volume today though. That's something that we really want to see. Some morning volume, right? Some Asian volume. So I hope to see that today, because it's actually super important that we make a bit of a move. And that it's not going to be later. London, New York. Best hours to trade, I would say now, right? 9 was actually the interesting. Usually 9, I would say there's more volume. 9 p.m. Let's play this case. Say something nice to me, that my mind gets relaxed. What? I was sleeping while MT5 was opened, and I opened 156 sell trades accidentally, and my 10K account got washed out. Well, that's sad. That's annoying. But like, can I ask you a question, bro? Like, 156 sell trades, like, you fell asleep or something, and like you know your left ear felt like on the sell button, or like how does that work? Well, it's never nice to lose money, that's for sure. All right, we're getting absorbed, guys. I honestly believe that there is a chance that we, I don't know. I want it to come down one more time. I don't know, man. It's holding. It's holding. Let's go to the lower time for food. Let's see why. Why are we holding here? Okay, 5 minutes. Yeah, this is more bullish. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of absorption here. Look at all that, like guys, I'm saying it again on the 5 minute time frame right now. Look at all that selling. You see that? All that selling, but gold refuses to drop. There's a lot of selling here. It's interesting, but yeah. Let's see. Friday is dump day. I think every day is dump day on gold. Don't you think so? We've been dumping every day for the past weeks. So let's see, man. Let's see. Yeah, let's look at the dollar for a second. Yeah, the dollar is squeezing up a little bit. So that probably has something to do with this right now, indeed. Yeah, if the dollar gets up to this area, then we'll find resistance. Dollar will find resistance. And then it will be interesting to see what happens inside of this, this major zone on the dollar. Yeah, this area right here will become an area of resistance. Why? It's the value area that we broke out of. And I think the first level is this level right here, the purple line. If we can get there, then gold will drop a little bit still. But then the question is, if the dollar then gets rejected at it, and we do something like that, that would be very good. Now let's see. Have you seen the Netherlands playing again? Yes, I have. I have. Easy, right? That was an easy one. All right. That means one thing and one thing only. Number one. Yeah, number one. Shout out to the Netherlands, man. Don't live there anymore for a long time, but shout out to the Netherlands. That's number one right there. Okay. Perfect. Next. Next. My bet is still on. Yeah, you make 20,000. 20x. If you do $1,000, you make $20,000. $20x risk-to-reward ratio. You can't miss out on that. If you are a trader, you understand what I'm talking about. Only traders understand that. Right? A 20x or a 20R. Hey Lorenzo, I have a long-term plan to live in Asia while making trading my main source of income. Since you've been doing this for a while, do you have any advice or things you knew earlier? Yeah, don't rely on trading as your main income at first. You know what I mean? Unless you have some big prop firm payouts and you have some stacks and you can deal with this for like a year and you have a year to make it work and, you know, and to experiment, go for it. If you don't and you need to pay your bills next month, don't do it. Because you're gonna put way too much pressure on yourself. Way too much pressure on yourself, you know what I mean? And that's gonna be really tough, in my opinion. So, yeah, man. No need to put a lot of pressure on yourself. Sometimes it's more convenient to just trade and say, oh, I'm gonna just trade. But I think you should get a job. I think having a job is good if you know, if you have, I think having a job in general is a good thing. As long as you are always maybe doing something on the side, or you have something in mind that you think, okay, this is what I want to do later. In case this doesn't work out or whatever, I have something else, right? So you can build something. We're seeing a lot of absorption here every time, huh? Every time we tap into the zone, we're seeing a lot of absorption here. Again, a lot of selling at the bottom. Guys, I'm thinking about buying here already. Small risk right now, and then another. I'm gonna split my risk. That's what I'm gonna do. All right, I'm gonna split my risk. I'm gonna add 2 more here. Where's my stop? My stop loss is 525,000 out of this, something like that. No, this is actually good. Yeah. Dun, dun, dun. All right, still coming down. Okay. Another buy limit is below. This one is right there. Really trying to hold on to that support, man. Look at that. Really trying to hold on here. Look at that. Wow. Wow, look at that reaction. Let's see if it's enough. Wow, look at that reaction. Boom. That's crazy. Wow. Damn. Let me get some tea. Oh, shit. Can you close it or put out the... All right, Magis. What would be your TP1? I mean, well, I'm gonna take profit for sure, even in a even in a big impulse move like this with like high expectations, because we're still counter trend. That's my number one rule. Whenever I'm counter trend trading on the macro, when the trend is still bearish, I take profits. It's a necessity. Yeah. That's my number one rule. Whenever counter trend trading, so in this case long against like a bearish market, taking profits is number one. Is key. Yes, sir. And it doesn't matter. You can take profits and then leave a runner, whatever the case may be here. But like, let's see if gold has the balls to finally shake and break. Shake and break. I like that word. Shake and break. But every time what's happening right now at the moment on the 5-minute footprint chart, you can see that every time when sellers step in at the bottom, the candle closes bullish. It happened here, it happened here. Every freaking time when we go down, sellers step in and then the candle closes bullish. Like the candle flips bullish and then the candle closes. And then that candle turns into support, you know? That candle turns then into support. That's the crazy part. Yeah. So you want to buy where most people sell. You know what I mean? We want to buy where most people sell. You want to sell where most people buy. Do you still have your limit order? On the futures chart, I have another limit order at the bottom. Yeah, I have one more limit order that's not filled. Yeah, pretty much. When do you go break even? I could be super aggressive and go break even. But like, I don't know, man. I need to really wait for price to break structure or something like that. Because otherwise, the chances of us getting back down to our entry is just so big. Still, I'm still not fully convinced, you know what I mean? That this is gonna be like the move. Otherwise, I would have already removed that other limit order, for example, at the bottom. Things like that, but like, I want to see us breaking. Why are you long in this condition? We have been shorting forever. I think I haven't taken any longs. Maybe on stream a quick scalp, correct? A couple days ago. Yeah, but like, not a single long. This is the first day that we actually closed above the point of control of Wednesday and yesterday. All right, 2 major levels, actually, with a lot of volume. So yeah, let's just see if we could hold and respect, number 1, the point of control, the early previous daily point of control. That is the most important level I'm watching. And I finally want to get into like a proper long trade. It's been a long time to get into a proper long. So let's see if it's worth getting and being the counter trend trader here today instead of all the shorting that we have done. I think from all our trades lately, I think
5 in around 7 hours.
Yeah, pretty much all of them were shorts. Yeah, literally. Look at that. All of them were shorts. So yeah, let's see, man. Look at the dollar. What's the dollar doing? Okay, dollar is at resistance now. Okay, this is the moment for the dollar to show its worth. Dollar is trying to come back and break back into that area. So now it will be interesting to see what happens around this zone of the dollar. How does the dollar respond to this? Will we continue to fly or will we try to break into this low volume node first? But the very low is the first resistance. Okay. Back at entry with the other one as well. And yeah, let's see. We have futures now here. It's going to the dump. It's not going to dump. It is dumping. It's not going to dump. It's already coming down a little bit. But yeah, let's see. Let's be patient, man. At least I'm going to be patient for this. Come on, I've been winning. I'm in a 2.5 week winning streak right now. Not a single loss in the last 2.5 weeks. This is the first one. And now I'm going to buy. Right now it's a counter trend trade. So I better not lose this trade. Better not lose the counter trend trade. I always say I need good reasons for buys. And I find my good reason. Now it will be very interesting what happens at the, if we come down, what happens here. Specifically, the point of control. We know we have support there, like we know it. Oh. Do you think this is the higher time frame bottom for gold? I'm not saying that, man. No, like the trend is still, the trend is for sure still, how do you call that? The trend is for sure still bearish. But there is a little bit of a breakout taking place right now. And yeah, it's supported with a lot of volume, right? And I look at most things, when I look at breakouts, then my main thing that I look at when I look at breakouts is like, okay, well, is it supported by volume? All right, is the breakout supported by a lot of volume? And did a lot of people try to sell before we broke out to the upside? And if that's the answer, then I know, hey, okay, there is a lot of people selling at the bottom here and we break higher. So this is an amazing level for me to watch, for example, all right? And this is another zone. This is where a lot of volume came in. I expect support here as well. That is 22 on futures, minus, I think, 15. So this is exactly the point of control, I think. So in case we drop, then we'll find support here too. So yeah, I don't know. Looks still good to me. Look at trader Lorenzo, we have a selling market. The price will go down to get the previous daily lows, or maybe we will stay in the middle. Let's see, man. Let's see. Let's see. I'm more longing today. Yeah? How do you manage toilet breaks at the start of the trade when you just hover around your entry? You know, a little drip here and there. How do you manage your toilet breaks when you're in your trade? We're not full porting, right? We're not full porting. No, no, no. Yeah. Let me take my time here to give a big shout out to my guys in the group, by the way. I'm very proud of them. It's a very proud moment. Holy shit, look at Sony, my friend. Hey everyone, especially to my fellow students. Just wanted to share some good news. I finally passed my platform challenge. Big thanks to you, Lorenzo, Corrado, for guidance. And to all the mental support from all of you, especially for my Group A siblings. To be honest, it took me 12 attempts before. Wow. Looking back, most of my mistakes came from my own impulsive behavior. There were plenty of times where frustration got the better of me. And I end up taking trades that should not have been taken or over trading. This is a big one, man. This we see all the time. I felt like we needed to make this happen somehow. Love it. Congratulations, Sony, man. You're the man. All right. You attended every session. I'm very proud of you. He attends the sessions and boom, funding. Love it. Love it. Yeah, we're literally hovering around, man. I don't know. We're hovering around. Just hovering around. Is your book good for beginners? I would say yes. If you want to learn about the volume profile and you want to learn about how we mark out the volume profile, what the settings are of the volume profile, and how we use it and how we utilize this for our entries and our biases and stuff, then I highly recommend you to check out indeed my book that I've written for you. It took around 6 to 9 months to write it. It's not a joke. Okay. So yeah, you can get my book right here by going to ltconcepts.ai. Okay. IO, sorry, not AI. IO, my bad. ltconcepts.io, right there. Okay. And just download my book for free. And then you learn about the volume profile in page number 18. Okay, the settings, everything is in there. And then of course the different ways to mark out the volume profile and why it works, trading setups, things like that. Yeah, it's all in there, my friend. Okay. It's a free book right there. You can download. Ah, man. Is your Discord free or free? No, my Discord is not just like a Discord. It's an actual 6-week program that I'm going to go to with my fellow students. Yes, a 6-week program. We do 12 live sessions together. I give lectures, actually. I made around 200 slides. It's around a lecture series of 200 slides, live trading, and a presentation. But it's only for guys that are really, really, really serious. But we're closed right now, so you can't do anything. You can't even apply right now. Okay? You cannot apply. This is just for guys that are like really want to go and get funded and work their way and get their first payouts, or want to take it seriously and not just here for fun, but some people that really want to like turn this into like a full-time job. The gold hybrid trading system is what we call it. But if you're new, and you're a beginner, I don't even recommend you to join at all. It's pretty intermediate. I would say. It's not for beginners. Because I'm gonna talk a lot of technical fluff. Yeah, I'm gonna be yapping a lot of technicals and psychological layers, right? Statistical layers. So it's not really for beginners. If you are a beginner, I recommend to just join the free Telegram group. You know, watch my analysis, my breakdowns, and the live streams and the book. It's a trifecta. Live streams for free, the book is free, Telegram is free. And yes, every 6 weeks or something, I open a couple spots for the elite, but that's it. Yeah, I do want to take profits at some point if we break out here. I'm not gonna be greedy. And that will be roughly at the, I need to see where. The point of control for sure. Yeah, the 34. $35, $34, $35. What are you doing in range? I don't know, just wait patiently. I guess. Just wait for the range to break. Or to manipulate and then to break. Who knows? Hopefully not this. No, I don't think so actually. I really actually don't think so. But yeah. Otherwise we would not be in position. Risk is managed though. How to pass a 5K funded account? You need to, statistically speaking, trade higher, lower risk to reward strategies. Higher win rate, lower risk to reward strategies. Yeah. Jesse says, Lorenzo, I have a large cash account and I want to join a private group. Could I? I've been trading. I would like your style. Would really like to learn from you more. We will be opening up, I think, in a couple of weeks. I don't know exactly the date yet, but you will be informed. You will be informed. Definitely. Most definitely. Most definitely. Hey, I've been sending my email to access the book. You can just let me know if it works. It should be working. You should be having it. And otherwise, try a different email maybe. Let's see if it's working. I think it's working. It seems to be working. Yes. So maybe just try a different email address and then you'll get it. Come on, man. What are we doing here? Come on, man. Yeah, this is gonna hover around a little bit today. This Asian session is a bit slow, right? Yeah. So much selling. So many people are selling. In every candle, pretty much. We have not seen a bullish closure, a bullish candle since 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. In the last 8 hours, we only have seen one potentially bullish closure where buyers stepped in, more buyers than sellers. In every other closure since 2 p.m., we have seen sellers stepping in without success because we're ranging. It's not really doing a lot. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Olistani, you're correct. Either Asia is absolutely pushing. Like we have seen in the last couple of days. Push down, push down. And a push down and a buy up. Very clean. But today is more of a rangy day. I agree with you. Where's your other limit order? It's sitting right below there. But what was the reason we didn't long against the bearish market? We did actually took a couple of long, like a really, I don't know. I think on the stream we took one long. I think on a Tuesday. I think no. Was it Wednesday or Tuesday? Maybe Wednesday. I think Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. Wednesday we took a long. Thursday we took a short. Yesterday we took a short. Sorry. Yeah, Wednesday we took a quick counter trend long. It was a quick scalp, a $700 scalp. And then we wanted to short it after that, remember? And then that short played out like all the way. But I was not in that trade anymore. So I shorted it later. That was indeed that day. That was this day. That was this day.
Now again.
You see that? This was actually very nasty from my side because I was stuck in a trade. I entered the trade here. This was the scalp. Right? This was the quick scalp that we saw. We knew that we had to buy here. This one was actually short, but we came in drawdown, almost got stopped out. Then price came back to the entry. And it hovered around the entry so long. And then the New York session was starting to come. I was like, yeah, I don't trust the New York session, the manipulation. And I started to get into my head. And I was like, yeah, the New York session is going to open soon. I don't know. I don't like it, right? Late London. Pre-New York, manipulation, we're gonna go up and whatever, right? Whatever I was thinking. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna close the trade here. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wait for the New York to open and then I'll find my confirmation and then I will enter. But we targeted the monthly lows before already. And we said, okay, we're gonna go probably to the monthly lows, a big chance. And then I was out and what happened 5 minutes later? Boom, massive sell-off. Okay, that was a missing. That was a miss, a big miss. But then what happens is that people buy and then people try to buy in that aggressive dump. And that's where you really want to sell again because, yeah, early buyers step in, right? So you can still capitalize on it later. But yeah. But yeah, now I actually want to buy. for some reason, every time I hear the song, I want to close the song. So I need to remove the song from our playlist. Where's that song? That's okay. Close the buy trades and sell trades. Not today. I don't want to. Unless we break down again.
All right.
All right. Can we get filled here too? Let's see. You see the dollar is getting rejected there. You see that? The dollar is getting rejected at that level, but it doesn't want to drop yet. That's the thing about the dollar right now, right? We are getting rejected. You can see this, but we don't want to drop down yet. We don't want to, like, you know, actually get rejected now completely. We are actually holding up quite well still. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, and this one is gonna, I can already tell there's gonna be a lot of patience. I assume market could come down. Yeah, it's coming down a little bit, but my limit order is sitting below. My other trade is now at my entry. Hovering around. Come on. Let's at least come down right now then a little bit more. Let's get filled then at least. We get like an average order. Are these massive orders below concerning you? No, not really. There are not many massive orders below this time. You see that? These are the orders. We're already there. These orders usually below. These massive orders is below. We don't see them this time. There's another layer. We don't see them this time. Right? That's the interesting part. We have been seeing them. Yeah, forever. Lucas says, I don't understand why you compare gold with the dollar. Every pair has its own movement because price is algorithm. Price is algorithm. Okay. And I have a lot of reasons for you if you want. If you want to learn about that, I can talk about this for 30 minutes. About why the gold does not move in isolation and stuff. And why there are a lot of other parties involved, not just gold. Okay. Luckily, it's Friday. We started a bit early on the streams today as well. I was like, you know what? Today I'm going to stream earlier because of the fact that what I realized is that usually the volume comes in, right? The volume comes in early. So I was like, okay, perfect. Let me stream early today, right? Because then, you know what I mean? Then we can capitalize on the big move. Early. Schwarzenegger is back. Schwarzenegger is back. The other night, all your targets were hit. I didn't trade, but mark them out to test your thesis. Excellent work. Nice. That's when I'm in my winning streak. Okay. I have losing streaks as well. Now I'm on winning streak. That happens. All markets are going down when I look at Bitcoin. Yeah, look at Bitcoin indeed. That's a good point. Let's have a look at Bitcoin. What is Bitcoin doing? Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Look at that. Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin. 58,000. 58,600. Yes, yes. That is nasty. That is nasty. Where's the Nasdaq sitting at? All-time highs. That rotation is going to be super important, super interesting. I think we're filled now as well. Yes, we are filled. We are completely filled right now. Okay. All right, we better hold the zone. Now is the time. Now is the time. Main account, drawdown 2 a little bit. So now is the time. Now we are there. Early previous daily. If I'm not mistaken. Close. We're close. We're close to that zone. Maybe a little bit more. I think now it makes sense. Perfect, right? Aligned. Yes. Yes. Finally, it's like, yes, counter trend buys. Yes, waiting for this moment. Well, we have arrived though. We actually have arrived now. So. This is that sound. Now I know. Now I know. Now I know where it is. Okay. Yeah, we have to pay a little bit attention here to this area, to this box, our buying box, our gray box, pretty much. Yes, I think we have arrived. We are right. We are right there. Somehow these singers know what to shout to mind you. Yeah, higher, higher. Exactly. This is the things. It's all in the unconscious right now. It's all about the higher, the higher. Yeah, let's zoom in here. Let's see what happens around this area right now. We entered around there. Are you in? Yes, of course. I'm always in. I'm always showing that I'm in as well. That's how we do it. You know, there are a lot of YouTubers out there that just, you know, they put on some chart, they put on some trading view long, whatever it is. But I'm in, and we're in drawdown. And now we are in our zone. So we better do what we want to do here, and that is respect. We have another zone below, a 1415. That's the 4,000, I think. Didn't expect it would come that low, that we had to go there, but let's see. Let's see if we have to do with some drawdown today. We have been shorting the shit out of gold lately. And the first buy interest that I was looking at, I'm like, yeah, that's the buy. That is gonna be the buy. It's not the cleanest. But we are in our zone. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, just be patient. Just be patient. I hope we didn't have to get here, but we have a lot of support below. We do have a lot of support around this area. Tanisha, we'll watch the stream later on. Thanks to you, really. You just helped me on fund my account. You just helped me fund my account in 3 days. Wow, amazing. See you on Monday. Yes, sir. Monday I'm back for sure. And that's it. I just want to end the week with a banger. That's it. We have been winning. I want to end the week with a banger. That would be good. But yeah. We're not going to hold on to trades that don't work out. If I see some sort of invalidation or like, I'm not going to be like committed. Because that's the worst thing that you can do sometimes, being committed to something. But for now, watching this level. What's your take profit? I think it's like a 2-to-1 on average. I would say 3-to-1. This is a 3-to-1. But I will take profit, so it's a bit of a difference. Like, I don't really necessarily look at risk to reward right now at the moment individually. Like, every trade needs to be a minimum of this, but because I know the average, and the average is a 1.83 to 1. Sorry, pardon. A 1.83 to 1. And that comes from not taking profits early when trading with the trend, and taking profits early when trading against the trend, so counter trend. So my trade management is completely different in both cases. Okay, yesterday we did took profits, but that was a different reason, right? Yesterday we talked about the reason why we took profits here when we shorted it. That was because of the fact that we were still at support as well. But that was yesterday's trade. We took profits for that exact reason. We're finding some support here. Yes, we do. Aditya says, overall, it's a downtrend. Makes no sense to scalp the buy. Instead, when it goes up, wait, buy and rejection, and sell easy 2-to-1 win. Why not both? Why not both if you can? A scalp buy and a long sell. Yeah, sometimes that's the way.
And
you buy back.
To be exact.
You buy back, you sell.
All right, guys.
And they sell again. Yeah, okay, we're in our low volume node here. We are back at our area, pretty much, back at our zone. We really want to break back above the point of control right now. If we can do that, it's all gonna be good. But we will face some resistance there too. So we have to wait. We have to wait and see. Yeah, it's actually 396. If you look at the low volume, 396 is actually the zone. But I put it there because of the previous day. But stop loss is below anyways, it doesn't matter. Yeah, stop loss has to be below because of the fact that we have so much support sitting below here. Watch this 4-hour zone. We're gonna reach this right now, actually. Right here. This is that candle was created before we start pushing up. That's like that 4-hour demand zone. Yeah. Some drawdown, friends, today. Yeah, we are tapping right now into this area. So my stop needs to be below that level. The 92 on... yeah, something like that. It's actually pretty much the lows. But yeah, that means it's going to be a longer trade. It's going to be stuck in the trade for a while. Are you doing longs or shorts? Well, so we have been shorting in the last 2 weeks pretty much every day. And I was like, today is going to be the day where we're going to go for longs. Today is the long day. But for now, we have to wait for price to reach that support. And if we break that support, then it's going to get tricky. For now, it's still good. Yeah, okay, the dollar is not there. The dollar is in that low volume node. This should be the mode for the dollar to just reject. If the dollar breaks above that, area, then it's gonna get very tricky. So right now the dollar is at a major support. There's major resistance. This is that level that I marked up. This high, this low volume node inside this area. The dollar needs to get rejected from this level. And not do this, right? Break down, break, and then whoop, come back up again. The dollar now needs to really show the massive push, break, retest, pullback. But yeah, then we have to break around here. This is that moment. This is that level. That zone that we marked out. Keeps falling. Are in the trade already? Look on the right. I am. Man, look at that breakdown now. This is bye-bye, my friends, for now. I would expect to see buyers in here. I would expect to see buyers in here. Daily close was so good. This is the last chance. My stop loss is below that zone. Are we gonna end our winning streak today? That is the question. Is today the day? I think they will take London's liquidity. Now, I think we still have a reaction right now. The dollar needs to hold, though. The dollar is still there. The dollar is still around that area right there, so be patient. But yeah, let's see. Is there a level of an absorption right now? Finally, yes. But also a closure as well. So right now the buying zone is deactivated. Right there, we're now pretty much at our last area. And that is this zone. And if you break that, then I'm out of the trade. Right there, last zone. Should have super undervalued as well. 50 minutes. Should have bought there as well. I'm not gonna lie. I would have still buy. If I would see price coming down here and I would wake up later and I would see this, I would say, okay, let's give it a try. And it says, I was in a short and switched to a long. Yeah, that is your responsibility. I can't do anything about that, right? If I'm in a 2.5 week winning streak and I'm winning every day, and then, you know, you think, oh, maybe because he's in a winning streak, he's going to be always right. I'm going to just change my own analysis. I'm going to leave my own analysis behind and I'm going to trust him. That's not the right way to do it. I always say that also when we're winning, right? All the time. Say, yo, do your own analysis. This is what I do. Because I lose too, and I say this all the time. Yeah, you would say that now. You would say, oh, the previous daily lows, but nope. Well, we're in support again, which is this area, and we better hold this area, in my opinion. If we start closing below this zone, it's really bad for gold actually. That would invalidate the whole bias. And I don't think it will be something like, oh, we close below, we take our previous daily lows, and then we shoot up again. I don't think that, if that's the case. Because there's just too much selling here below. And that if price would come back down again, I think this will form immediate resistance. And we'll do something like that instead. So better we stay, better not close below that. What is the biggest loss you ever had? Massive, but that was in 2022. And a big win as well. Like, so yeah, the big wins come with big losses sometimes as well. But the story of that was just being super greedy. That's it. Super greedy. I was in major profits and then I flipped it to major drawdown and I couldn't close my trade. I was like kind of, do you know that feeling that you're kind of locked in your that you go from profits to drawdown. So let's say you go up and you're up like a lot of money and then you go back down and then you can't close it because you think like, wow, like, you know, I was up so much and you start getting this all in your head. This was years ago when I just started actually. No, not in 2022, but you know, that's what I experienced at the beginning of my journey. Getting up in profits a lot and then down and I couldn't close the trade. So really greedy, right? And then you kind of freeze and you don't know what to do anymore. And then you'd rather lose all your money than, than closing it for a little loss, for example. Yeah, that's how the market manipulates you in making really bad decisions. Because the market kind of feels that the market takes something away from you of which you've never even earned in the first place. But yeah, that's something that they all try to work on all the time. And over time, I think you learn how to do this. You learn how to deal with it, for sure. You learn how to deal with that. You learn how to deal with FOMO. You learn how to deal with losses. You know how to deal with winning streaks, losing streaks, things like that. Let's see if the dollar is doing something. No, the dollar is getting rejected there. That is not a good sign. I don't like that. Why don't I like this? I don't like it because if the dollar gets rejected now, right? In this example, the dollar is getting rejected exactly at our zone. You see this rejection at our level? You want to see gold reacting to that, right? At least a little bit. You want to see gold reacting to like the dollar rejecting. And if you don't see that, that's not really a good sign. That's not really healthy. Yeah. Yeah, the last thing I want is to be winning having an amazing winning streak, and then on a Friday when the week closes in a loss. But also that happens. Yeah, and sometimes it's the other way around, right? Sometimes the dollar, right, comes up aggressively and gold does not want to break support. That is a sign of strength as well, right? That is a sign of strength for gold. If, for example, dollar shoots up and gold is coming down, but it then finds support and does not break the support, while the dollar is keeps shooting higher, right? Dollar keeps shooting higher. Gold is holding that support. The moment the dollar retraces a little bit, gold shoots up. That is also a really good way. That's exactly the trade that we took on the stream 2 days ago. That was exactly that reason, pretty much. Right, the main reason was the dollar was pushing higher and gold was dropping, but found support and couldn't break anymore. And then we took a long. And that was actually a good one. But in this case, we don't really see any support here in any way, shape, or form right now. We have support, sorry, but we don't see any buyers stepping in now when the dollar is coming down. That's the opposite side, actually. That is actually what you don't want to see, because you want to see buyers stepping in. So if the dollar comes down right now like this, like we say, okay, perfect. We're reacting exactly from our zone. We're seeing that rejection, the manipulation, and the expansion, the retracement. Now we see the dollar drop. You want to see gold reacting, at least to that drop for the dollar. So yeah. Lorenzo, do you trade New York to recover if this trade ends? No, I'm out for the day. I'm up for the week. I'm not gonna waste my money away, flush it to the toilet. All my hard work for the week gone. So no, I take one hit, still up for the week, and I'll leave the stream and come back on a Monday fresh. That's what I would do. Honestly, I personally believed in its setup. You never know, because you can't set any expectations for the market, right? But I thought from my perspective, it's a setup I would take any day when I see that we closed above the previous daily levels. And there is pretty much not happening something there, and we have a major push there. That's for me personally always something I would do. I would not necessarily change this. And my goal was to get in and to take profits here already, early, secure myself at resistance. So for example, price would come here around this area. I would secure myself at resistance, take profits. And if it would, because it's a counter trend trade, you have to take profits early. And if it would work out and the price would then break out, great. If not, and it would pull back, okay, it's fine. I'll try later again. But we didn't even got there. So we never had the opportunity, in my opinion, to close even partials that make sense. Oh, come up. Where are some buyers here? Nope, even here, wow. No reaction. No reaction at all. Yeah, this is really the last chance. Let's go to the 4 hour. Yeah, this is where that level came from, right? Yeah. Richard, gold does not have to act inverse the dollar. They can both run up or down together. It's 80% of the time though. 80% correlation. The only reason when the gold is actually moving away from the dollar or moving with the dollar up or down is usually because of the yields. There's disconnect between the dollar and the yields, or a lagging period between dollar and yields. And it happens a lot around news events like FOMC, like pre-FOMC, things like that, CPI sometimes too. Or if there's some major news coming and no one knows about it, but you know it's coming, like a big event or whatever, tends to be a disconnect too. But for the rest, it's statistically proven that it's just very negatively correlated. And we have been looking at the yields as well in order to get there. Yeah, no reaction at any level I marked out today, zero. Not even this zone, not even this hourly zone, zero reaction here, which is very unusual. Usually you see at least a reaction at any of those levels, even when it's counter trend. Yeah, we're now heading towards the next point of control. So what we want to do is we want to tap into this point of control. This is the last chance. And if we close it below that, I will manually close the trade. We close here. If we hit it, we hit it. That's it. I'm out. GK said the GK trades. Script is running. They don't give a shit to any levels here. Absorbing everyone, yeah. This is the risk of counter trend trading. I was like, this is a counter trend trade worthy. Like, this is worth a counter trend trade right now. We broke above level X and level Y, and we closed the daily candle above it, and we opened up the daily candle. We sat in the bottom wick, and I was like, yep. Now we're gonna try at least to create a little push. So it's my first counter trend trade in a while that I was like serious about. Not a quick scalp, where I saw more potential in. But yeah, I guess I was wrong on it for sure. Look at that. Straight up continuation. All right, previous daily point of control, last line of defense. The worst thing about this is as well, right? Let's imagine that this holds, right? Just let's imagine. I'm not saying that it will, but let's imagine that this holds, right? And it pushes back to the entry. Now you're missing out on like a huge push back up. You know what I mean? That happens sometimes. Here we see a true gentleman trader holding the trade to the very end, unbothered by the comments, knowing that one day a loss. Yeah, 100%. I mean, we have been waiting for so long, for the last 2.5 weeks. And I traded every day. I mean, like, yeah, of course I'm going to encounter a loss, of course, at some point. And at some point I'm going to enter a losing streak again. It's normal too. We've been trading for so long already. We know how we can just follow our rules and stuff and just execute on that. And I'm gonna go to winning streaks and losing streaks too. And at the end of the day, end of the month, it's about where do I stand? Where do I stand at the end of the month? But wow, the previous day, the PUSD is reacting. It's reacting very nicely. You see that? Is the dollar dropping or not? Let's see. The dollar is yeah, I think so. Let me see. It's not dropping. It's not dropping, but it's definitely getting rejected there. Yeah, that's for sure. It's definitely getting rejected at this area right now. We are in this major zone. This was the biggest zone indeed. That's why my stop loss is below that zone. So that's the last line of defense, guys. For real. That's what I mean with buying, you know, like, wow, just imagine. Okay, well, it's good reactor. Yeah, because this range, I don't like that we close below that though. I still don't like that we close below that area. Yeah, you can definitely see that we have, where are we reacting from exactly? We're reacting from this level here. Yeah, it's pretty much that expansion that we saw yesterday. So we had this huge accumulation right here. And then we had a huge push up, remember? There was New York session, I believe. Yeah, New York session. Huge push up, and this was the origin, right? And this is why we are reacting here from this range, right? And that is the point of control of yesterday, actually. This level. And that's why it just was just the drop base rally, right? At the demand zone. And that's where we are reacting from right now at the moment. But it's still there is still so much selling here that in order for us to, let's say, continue up, we need a lot of buying coming in, and I don't see it. DBA says, hi mate, with you in streams for months now. Love your concept and emotional control. Made my first payout of life. Wow. Just wanted to acknowledge you. My message, please. Amazing, man. Wow, congratulations. The first payout. That's the best feeling in the world, I guess. The first withdrawal, the first payout. That must feel amazing. What is early previous data? Early EPD means point of control of the day before, so the Wednesday. And the reason why I marked this out is because we had so much volume on a Wednesday, and this red line was where the most volume was traded, and we were holding support there and we lost that support. So that makes it actually not that good for now for gold, but we are above the zone, or we're bouncing from this level, which I actually wanted to buy at as well. I was thinking, you know, what if I just put like a small order here, you know what I mean? Stop loss below the lows, and if price gets to my entry, I have a winning trade. Yeah. You cannot do that with futures is clean, but you can do that with CFDs. Just to lose, in worst case scenario, you lose a little bit more. Yeah, you lose a little bit more. And in best case scenario, you get back to your original entry and you win. So that is also a way of thinking about risk management, risk to reward ratios, or trade management. But it has to make sense. You cannot just randomly do that. It has to actually make sense. And it has to be at strong support, or like you need to have a good reason for it, because otherwise it's not worth doing it, of course, you know? Just doubling your buys. Look at that. Yeah, we're actually holding here at the point of control here. The dollar is, yeah, there we go. The dollar from our zone. Wow, that would be very, very interesting watching that happen in real time. Look at the dollar rejecting. Okay. Yeah, but look at that. This is what I was saying to you guys. Like, remember when I was talking to you guys like all the time in regards to those big orders? Remember that we were talking about this, guys? If you were on the streams, you for sure have seen this. Okay? You for sure have seen me talking about these limit orders, right? These passive orders right here. And right now at the moment, we are not seeing any big orders sitting below anymore. And every time we did, every single time, we have seen these huge orders sitting below there. And every time the market, and like when I say every time, like it was crazy. The market eventually pulled to those orders. And we don't see that. These orders are not there. Not anymore. Yeah. Yeah, the point of control, that's for me always a good reason to sometimes add to my position with a small stop below that same level. And if price retraces, then you can decide to close both trades. If you still see potential, yeah, you can close the first trade and keep the second trade open and put that one on break even, you know? There are a couple things you could do there. So scaling sometimes into losses, actually. Someone told me to never scale into losses. I don't necessarily think that that's wrong, but it has to really make sense, right? And your stop loss needs to be set. The moment you set in a second trade, your stop loss needs to be clear. It needs to be identified and it needs to be set beforehand. I think that's gonna help tremendously. And then of course, if you risk too much and you're gonna lose too much, if your stop loss gets hit, it's also not worth it. So you need to also calculate up front, like in worst case in your mind, like, okay, let's say you enter position here and we're wrong, like today was wrong, right? And price breaks down and you say, okay, we're now at our major next level we talked about already before, and we hold this level, then you could add on, and then you could say, okay, well, my stop goes where my stop initially goes. But in advance, I already have this in my mind of like, okay, if I'm wrong, then I will lower my risk here, right? Let's say, and I will try to re-enter there and then have a little bit more risk. And we'll be able then to capitalize. But yeah, that's another way of managing trades, but it's all about stop loss placement and risk and calculating risk in advance. So you never lose more than you're willing to lose. All right, previous daily. You're doing your best to hold. Impressive, impressive. What was that Orderflow website? It's called the Xau chart. Yeah, and look at the dollar. Look at the, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, come on, my friend, come on, do that. Look at the dollar. That's that zone that we talked about. The low volume node in the value area. That is a rejection zone for the dollar. And that zone is getting respected well right now. The dollar is coming down, and finally, we're seeing a little bit of reaction for gold. Reacting to the dollar. Dumping. Right there. Okay. So, okay. Well, okay. Wow. Let's see if the dollar can follow through them. That will be good. Then we're gonna hold. But only if the dollar is able to break, I think, structure or break down. But yeah, this is what you want to see, right? You want to see a rejection of the dollar right there, like we said before. And just follow through, break structure internally. Not continue to trend and go higher and do this and like, you know, no, you want to see a break of structure. And this is why my stop loss was bigger today. My risk was lower and my stop loss was bigger. Because of the this exact reason. I had multiple levels. I didn't know which level was gonna hold. Potentially. And my target was really big. So at least I had a big target in mind. Which was this high. On the daily right there. So yeah, I was like, okay, it's worth having a bigger stop today with smaller risk. But the dollar needs to show its worth now. It really needs to break down. Is it gonna be a long stream today? Listen, if I'm in drawdown, it's gonna be a long stream. You guys know how it works. So you should scroll to my channel, and if you see long streams, it's usually me being drawdown. Trying to get out of drawdown. And the short streams are like, you know, the either quick wins or the clear like setup set. And waiting for like entries, etc. Yeah. But yeah, this is a crucial level for the dollar. And gold better hold some flips here. I think we have an hourly closure. Oh no, we don't have an hourly closure. Yeah, this is gonna be tough for gold though. Not gonna lie, this is gonna be a tough level for gold to break. Especially in the 50-minute. This is an amazing level to hold though. It's a very good level to hold. It's exactly that level that we wanted to hold here. So that's good. Now that we are seeing sellers stepping in again and we close above, but that's good too. So we will find support here, definitely. But you need to break back above the VWAP, and that's going to be the hard part. That's going to be the more the crucial part here. But it's not necessarily looking bad anymore. Not as bad as it did 20 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. Yeah, we had this level marked out already. Look at how it tapped into it as well. And that's a hard thing, man. Look at that one level. You had these two zones, two levels there. I'm like, yeah, they're both very good. Yeah, okay, the dollar doesn't show any strength at the moment, so that's good. That's what you want. The dollar is like, nope, we're gonna get rejected here, we're gonna drop. If the dollar keeps dropping, then we're in a good state again. But yeah. Lorenzo, not any big finance company trading gold. I think a lot of them trade gold. Gold is a, what, $30 trillion market cap, has a $30 trillion market cap. Maybe lower a bit now. $27 trillion. 27.8. It's crazy. I remember when I was streaming on YouTube for the first time, gold had a $13 trillion market cap. 13, 1 3. Now it went up to like 30, 32, $33 trillion. So that was actually the time when gold was at like what, 2000? No, lower. No, 2000, I think. Gold was trading at let's see, 2022, 2100, yeah. 2100, yeah. That's when I started streaming. I started streaming when gold was trading around $2,000. Yeah, can you believe that? That's insane. Yeah, I do agree that the momentum is slow here, and we're gonna face a lot of resistance here too. So the only thing that's gonna help us is dollar just continuously coming down right now, because the dollar is at a very important level right now. Okay, this is a very important range. Breakout, and now the retest of that breakout, that expansion that we see here, this expansion, now the retest, and now what we want to see is the continuation of that. If the dollar gets back to the lows here, that by itself will be enough, in my opinion, for gold to shoot up and get either to our entry or higher. But the dollar now needs to continue to get to that point, and it can't start to consolidate, push back into that resistance again, and then play around, and then gold takes out the lows. Right? It needs to continue to drop, because the resistance there is real, and we kind of knew that this would be the level to reject from. So now it needs to show the volume, the follow through. And not the consolidation or the push up again. Then gold's gonna come down. That's it. Yeah, it will be a tough job, a tough cookie to crack. Okay. Would you mind taking a look at the 30 minutes? Yeah. The 1 hour, 30 minutes. We're just hovering around. Yeah, we're pretty freaking over. Look at the weekly, man. Look on the weekly. Especially the weekly. Yeah, the dollar's at that support now a little bit. So this is what you're going to see. Any rejection from the dollar push, any quick push up for dollar will enforce call to or limit our chances. So the dollar needs to do what the dollar did here. And even that is like not necessary. The dollar needs to actually come back to that local support here. Which I totally do believe that we could get there, right? I totally do think that looking at the dollar structure right now and the way we're moving here, and the way we created a high, we failed to take out this high. We broke structure, we came up, we took out all this structure here and we swept the lows, and now we're retracing back to the center of the range, the original accumulation. To me, that's a sign that we have to try to test the bottom here, potentially. And then maybe we go up or whatever. So the dollar to me seems very clean and clear. It's just that gold is just not a really crucial level, and we can't afford to. We can't afford the dollar to make another run. Yeah, watch what happens around this level though. This is definitely a level to watch right now on the 15 minute. This is also still control. Now, the conclusion is stop loss needs to be where the stop loss needs to be, and it needs to be there. Because if you lose that, it's done. It's done for gold. For me, that level is just good stop for me to make sure, okay. Because the previous daily point of control, we know how important it is. And yeah, it's worth putting it there. Yeah, if you can flip this, then we're in a good position, man. If the 50-minute kind of flip again, we can come back pretty much to our entry, or at least to the early previous daily point of control, which is that 4009, 4008. But yeah, because the dollar is doing what we want it to do. You're in a trade right now? The same trade? Okay. Okay. Man, can I ask your opinion? I have around 367 trades on futures this year with 49 losses and 318 in profit. How is an interconnection between loss and profits? How is this? I mean, it can be really good. It can be really bad. It depends. It depends on, you know, it depends on you. It depends on how big are your losses against your wins, right? You can have, I know a guy, but was a streamer too. I'm not going to say his name. But that guy had like 50 wins and then he had one loss. And that loss was bigger than his 50 wins. I mean, it doesn't mean anything, you know? Yeah. Nice music. You have the playlist right here. I'll send you the playlist. There we go. Enjoy. Come on, God. You had an opportunity here to do something good. You had the opportunity to bounce now. The dollar as well. That means the dollar is reacting. Yeah, you see? This is what I didn't want to see here. I don't want to see the dollar push up here. We want to see the dollar coming down. Breaking structure. You trade don't depend on daily buys. As you trade, the big trend is still down in time frame 4 hours. Daily buy session bias, we call it. Because what if your daily bias is bearish, but you trade New York and the move already happened? You're gonna keep shorting, or you're gonna look for you're gonna trade the pullback. You know what I see a lot as well, but people are so a lot of traders that I know. They're, for example, counter trend traders as well, right? Or then they're trend followers. They only trade with the trend. And of course, it makes sense, right? To trade with the trend. But if you trade, let's say, the New York session, okay? Let's put it in perspective, okay? Let's imagine that this is the Asian session. Let's put a vertical line here. If I can find it now, where is it? There we go. Let me mark it out, okay? So let's imagine, right? This is the Asian session. Okay, let's say this is the Asian session. Then this is the London session. And this is the New York session, you know what I mean? Right there, okay? Let's say whatever. And let's imagine that the price opens up here and price comes down all the way, right? It's trending down, 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 it's trending down. It's trending down. And now you're here, and now it's the New York session. Okay? This is the daily candle, right? This is the push, high, and this is the low. You're gonna short there, always. You know what I mean? So let's say you're a trend follower, you trade with the trend. A lot of times what you're gonna see, if like, let's say Asia is dropping, London is dropping, right? Then New York, a lot of times it's gonna come up, manipulate some of the highs, right? And then it starts to maybe drop again, for example. But you see a lot of times that the manipulation can happen throughout New York. And then what? Then you're gonna be stopped out all the time. And you say, yeah, I'm trading with the trend. Yeah, but you're trading the New York session when the move already happened for the day. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, also in like downtrends and counter trend trading, I have nothing against counter trend trading because I understand that like even if the price is moving down and down and down and down, at some point you have to make the pullbacks. Thanks for the answer. I'm in profit. Nice. Congratulations then, man. $19.98 Edodo. Okay, nice. Congratulations, brother. Long is now counter trend. Yeah, this is a counter trend trade. This is my first counter trend setup in like a couple weeks. Yeah, I was like, you know what, this is gonna be the one today. But I was not correct about my level initially, even though I would still enter around my levels here. Because I know how many times it in the past would react and then it would manipulate and then we would see the breakout and then, you know, we would potentially push with high volume. I was like, yeah, this is a great level. Well, today I was not correct about that entry there, and it was actually the level below that. And if I would have entered at this level, right there, we would have now been up around 120 pips, 140 pips. So it was level 2, actually. That was holding up. Yeah. What is the indicator below? This is called the Stealth Valuation Index. It looks at the dollar and gold, and if you're over or undervalued against the dollar. In this case, we knew that we had to come back down here. Why? Because we had prices creating higher highs and this creating lower lows. So usually what this will mean is that the dollar would be finding support here. All right, so what it means is if this is creating lower lows, that means the dollar is finding support, but gold is getting and is pushing higher. So that shows a bearish divergence. It's not like an RSI. It is all connected to what we call the dollar index right there. It's something I created and it allows us to see where the dollar stands and if we're over or undervalued against the dollar. And now we're getting to that undervaluation against the dollar. So usually when we're undervalued, it shows that the bottom is in. And that is a serious statement, I know, but it's the truth because this is the bottom here. Look at that. It was the bottom right here. It was the bottom. You see that? Right here. We were undervalued and we had the bearish divergence. So we had the bullish divergence. Price was creating higher highs and we're creating lower lows. And then we made the move push up. So it's divergences and it's undervaluations and overvaluations. But also for the overvaluations, you can see how accurate this was too. And then here, look at that, undervalued. This was the bottom, undervalued. This was the bottom. Right, so we're getting very close to that undervaluation right now. So yeah, that's why we use this just as a tool to kind of look at where we stand and stuff. I never buy when we're overvalued, let's say. That's the rule. I never buy when we're green. I only buy when we're red. And that same thing, I would never sell when we're red, and I would never sell when we're red. I would only sell when we're green. All right, dollar dropping. Let's see. Yes. Come on, baby boy. Dollar can come down, then gold should try to make a run back. Lorenzo, you're streaming for 3 hours. Get some rest. I just woke up, man, a couple hours ago, so I have a lot of energy. You know, I had periods where I was streaming the New York session for 6 hours straight, and it was already late because when I streamed New York, I started 8 p.m. and I already had a full day ahead of us. I had it before. So yeah, that was a very important. That was a very that's tough. That's tough sometimes, but like Asia is easy. After this, it's relax time. Ashley says New York killed a bunch of people today. Yeah, I guess so, man. I assume that for sure. I believe that. This is what you want to see. And this is what you want to see. You want to see the dollar dropping. And you want to see gold gaining some momentum here. Yeah, this is that level. Yeah. Okay. Give me 1 second. I need some tea. Still in the game. Still in the game. How do you keep yourself so calm? Patience, man. Patience, patience, patience. Stop loss placements. Understanding your risk. Knowing the levels. Understanding the dollar. And accepting losses in advance. The moment I press the button, I already lost in my mind. If that makes sense. It sounds strange, but that's kind of the idea. The moment I press that button, I accept my loss. Okay? Also, the power of scaling in at the bottom right now makes total sense, right? Because if you scale in and you have a really small stop loss and price pulls back to your entry, now you have so much room to think. What do you want to do here? Do you want to maybe break even, exit this trade, and wait for price to break out? Or, because this could be the manipulation, right? Or you want to take profit and close both trades and still make money? I believe in scaling in losses, if it makes sense, if everything is aligned. But the thing is, if the dollar is dropping so much right now, you want to see gold pushing up as well more than it does right now at the moment, right? Because this is exactly pretty much what we want. The dollar is doing exactly what we want right now. It pulled into our range, our level, and it got rejected right at our level. And that means that you want to see the dollar coming down to this level, trading down towards this area. And you would say that if you're there, that gold should be able to then make that push back up here. But gold is dealing with some resistance now, and that is a tough cookie to crack, because this is gold right here, and we are dealing with a lot of resistance here. The coming Q3 has a weaker correlation. I mean, that's hard to say when the gold is dropping like this, and when the dollar is doing something like this, right? It's hard to say that there is no negative correlation here. You know what I mean? Look at that. Dollar, gold. Would you not expect gold to push a bit more? Yeah, this is called like relative strength. You want to see this? Yeah, you do want to see this, especially when the dollar is dropping this much right now, right? So yeah, relative strength terms, gold is slowing down, but yeah, definitely, I agree. Yeah, so level 1 failed, level 2 held. But now gold is gonna have the real test. Like any closure above this is very, very good. The 4 hour is also gonna close very soon. This closure is gonna be very important. I think that this closure is a really good closure. If we can close like this in the 4 hour in 10 minutes, that will be considered really good. Then I can keep my stop loss below this low and sit it out, and without stress, just be patient. Are you planning to exit the trade or let it run? For now, I'm observing. I'm observing the markets, all right? I'm observing where we stand, where the dollar is. Keep in mind, I scaled in a little bit at the bottom. Jenny says, hi, when watching the volume profile, should we look at the previous day? Yes. This is where we bounced from today. I was a bit too early with my level. I was looking at the day before that. But I should have been looking at the previous daily. At least in this example. I would trade here any day of the week because I would see a lot of times when this would just happen. So I would probably, if Monday we would have the same setup, I probably would have made the same decision, to be honest. But this level below is the previous daily indeed, and this is where we bounced from, right? That is the push up that we're seeing right now. Yeah. What about the dollar? Yeah, look at the dollar, man. Look at that rejection. It closed below it. Yes, it did close below. Okay. Look at it flipping right now. Bearish. Dollar break, tapped into the low volume node. So it did actually exactly what we wanted. The dollar is listening to us. It created a high, sent in the low, created a lower high, couldn't break the highs. It created that fake out initial push manipulation throughout New York session. Then it manipulated the lows, right? It came down all the way. It broke structure. Then we pulled back towards the low volume node inside of the value area. And we got rejected right at the low volume node. And now we're breaking internal structure. This should be coming down here. Yeah, this should be coming down. So, yeah, no, that should be coming down. Are you still aiming the TP? I might, on this initial position, to be honest, I might break even. Okay, depends. I need to watch it. Can we get there now looking at the dollar? Yeah. Yes. Keep in mind, that's why scaling at the bottom is so powerful in advance. This was a good example, would have been a great example, right? Yeah. Okay. You've been sniffing? Sniffing what? Keep in mind, I live in Bali, right? I live in Indonesia, man. You know what happens if you do that here? As a foreigner? You die. Pretty much. Okay. In prison. Yeah, this is for real, by the way. They're not playing around here. All right, dollar, keep going. Gold was here, the dollar was in that resistance and it couldn't break. And now we're seeing an absorption of sellers at the bottom. And this candle is gonna close. So the fact that we're gonna close here is actually very good. In 1 minute from now, we will be closing above this level. And this is actually a really, really good sign. Because that means we'll find new support most likely again at this area. And we closed above that. So we have 30 seconds right now for this closure. At the bottom, you can see it right there. 30 seconds. And then, yeah, we have that confirmation, I guess, that we stayed above it. And that is actually very positive. because the stop loss is still sitting right below here. This is the stop loss right there. That's why the stop loss was placed there. And now we're seeing the closure right now happening. So the new 4-hour candle is probably going to come down. But the stop loss was placed right here. And I expect the price to not get there, right? Not to the stop loss, because we have that major amount of volume there. That's why the stop loss had to be there. And that's why my risk had to be lower. And now we have the open of that candle, so we probably have to make a bit of a pullback again. I would not be surprised if we do that. Tap into the zone and then maybe flip. Right now, let's see. Am I back or not? Was I gone for a second? Maybe.
Bring the baseline back around again.
Okay, man. Suddenly it doesn't look that bad anymore. Now that we bounced from the point of control of yesterday. Kyle, how, sir? You mentioned you do streams New York session. Is it live on YouTube? Yes, it is. But right now we're changing to the Asian session a little bit. We've been changing to the Asian sessions lately. And yeah, I've been enjoying it a lot. You know, I've been enjoying it a lot. Thank you guys, by the way, for the... 149, 141K. Thank you. We're growing, sir, we're growing so fast now. It's insane. It's crazy. Probably because we're showing everything. The wins, the losses, the drawdown, the winning streaks, the losing streaks. We now have our Telegram for the updates as well. To talk about the winning streaks and the losing streaks and everything that comes with that. So we're building a good, an amazing community here, that's for sure. You know, showing the real side of trading. The real side of trading. Again, same song. Okay. All right, dollar. Come on, what are you doing? Holding support. Gold. Yeah, we knew this would be a level top cookie track. We also expect the price to come down again potentially. But now with this closure on the 4 hour, I'm actually much more convinced that we're actually now find support here. Yeah, than I was when we were dropping beforehand. Because yes, we were dropping, but the closure was still above. So there is still absorption here. Yeah, so this is the reason for me not to close it, because like we're holding now above that. It will be not smart from my side to close it when we see the closure above. Yeah, so I don't want to close the trade personally. Yeah, my internet, Ben. Welcome to the Bali lifestyle. I had multiple technicians coming over. Multiple times. So once in a while, randomly something happens. And the internet goes off for a second and then I need to fix it. And then it's good again. Yeah, welcome to the island life, I would say. Anyways. It should be good now. Should be good now. It should be good now. Where did you decide to put the volume profile? Previous day. Okay. So you can actually use a tool that I have. It's called the session breaks. It's the one that I created. I think thousands of people using this. It's the session breaks. It shows you the open and close of each day. You can also use it on TradingView. But it starts at 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. And it marks out, for example, each day. And then also the Sunday open is the orange line right here. And it's very easy to spot each day in each line. It's very nice. And I've been using it for years already. And you can use the volume profile, mark it out over the previous day. So you go here, fix this volume profile, mark it out over the previous day. The red line is the point of control. And that was indeed very bottomed right now. And now we're back again at the bottom. And now we have to see how we react here. Now we're now in that zone right there. We talked about, we closed above this. Now the goal is to close and bounce from this level. And of course, the 4-hour candle on the order flow here opened up. So we were seeing a little bit of inducement. Now we want to flip bullish. Sorry, and if you flip bullish, that's actually very good. That would be a very good sign. Flipping bullish around this level right now, that will be very good. So we have been sitting on our ass forever. And I'm not really willing to close it because of this closure on the 4-hour now. So yeah, right. This is happening now at the same time. The dollar is weaker. Look at that, the dollar, right? Like I said before, I think that the dollar is trying to get back down to those lows. And as long as that happens, I think gold will flip bullish and it will try to push up. So GG if you were patient. It's not over yet though. We're not gonna celebrate anything. But like confirmation after confirmation, just being patient, waiting for the levels. And also the stop loss placement is another layer. Guys, which indicator they're usually talking about? This one? Then it's the Sunday open. The session breaks and Sunday open. It's called. Yeah. And yeah, you see now we flip bullish. You see that? So we opened up bearish. And now we tap into that candle where the most volume has been traded. And now we flip bullish. So that's why I couldn't close my trade. MSC says, I'm getting the extra charge this week. Have been finding it hard to get a decent futures broker. Do you have any futures broker recommendations? Just get TradeOvate. TradeOvate is easy. Connected to TradingView. Okay. Look at the dollar now. Yes, dollar is doing what we wanted to do. The dollar is there. So actually, the moment the dollar was here, that was the moment to buy gold. That was the exact moment to buy gold. The moment the dollar was there, and tapped into that area. Yeah. Dollar, yeah. Okay. What do we have? 50-minute closure, yeah? Okay. Let's look at the 4-hour one more time. That is healthy. This looks healthy. This looks healthy too. I think we're going to try to break higher. This is where that resistance comes in again. And I think that's the level to watch. But by the time we're already in profit, actually. In profit or in... yeah, pretty much we're back at our entry in profit, right? With this as well. And on the other one, actually in profit. Already way in profit. Yeah. But now we need to hold this level though. We need to break this, and it's the 4 hour is giving me that conviction that I need to stay in the trade, and the stop loss is where it needs to be. Dollar, yeah? Yeah. Let's see on the hourly now. Oh, look at the hourly as well on gold. Because we're dealing with an hourly closure too now. And the 4 hour is getting absorbed here. And that 4 hour candle is going to close. So yeah, this is actually very good. If the 4 hour candle closes above this area, you have a 4 hour demand zone, right? This is a 4 hour demand zone. Pretty much on the higher time frame. So let's remove this one for a second. On the 4 hour. So we make this one... we remove this one for a second. And this one removing it from the minutes. We're in that 4 hour demand zone. Okay. And the stop loss is sitting right below there. Actually. And we're now reacting from this. And this is a candle we're going to close in 40 minutes. So if you close above that, you're in a really good position actually. Okay. You're in a good spot. And that 4 hours, that absorption right there, right? Kind of that absorption. Like, yeah. So let's look in the 15 minutes. Boom. Yeah, let's see if the hourly can squeeze it. Okay, we're going for that imbalance there, higher. We still have one level to target there. Yeah, there are no orders below anymore. You see that? Yeah, and that's the interesting part. There were always these massive orders below, and now they are gone, which makes it so interesting. Mr. Rockstar, hey Lorenzo, great show. Question, what are you using with respect to the dollar chart, please? To that respect, that's the volume profile. On the capital.com, you can use it. So dxycapital.com chart. And then you mark out the volume profile of the range. Okay. Now, what do you see? You see higher high. Then you see a lower high. Couldn't break it. And then we had that sweep internally. And then we came down. And then we retraced into the range. And the range showed you a low volume node. And a low volume node is an area of inefficiency in the market. You can see this, right? This is the value area. Right there. And then inside of that value area, you have what we call a low volume node right there. You see lower volume traded. Now, if you mark out a zone in that lower volume node, right there, look what happened. Boom. Wow. Look at that. And because we have been pushing down, right? Kind of pushing down right now. We have seen this manipulation now. What we want to see is potentially the lowest getting hit here. That's what we're trying to achieve, but let's see. But that's how you use it, okay? Hope that answers your question. So it's very slow and steady here. We definitely have some resistance to deal with right now, but this is the major zone that we're watching. And the 4 hour looks really clean, and I'm really focusing on the higher time frame and not the lower time frame too much right now, because the higher time frame is giving us the signals that we are closing on good terms. We're getting absorbed, or sellers are getting absorbed. Why do I say this? Well, this is like a thing that we look at, for example. So this is like a 4 hour candle. This is like the first 4 hours of the day, right? The daily open. And if you look at the first 4 hours, then you see a lot of red. So there's more selling than buying here, right? Minus 2.4K. That means there are more sellers than buyers in the market. And it looks really scary, right? But then you see in the last hour that buyers stepped in and it got absorbed the moment we got down here. And what you can see now is that we closed above it. We closed above the most volume of that candle right there. That's the POC, or the point of control of that candle. And then what happens usually is that price taps into it when a new candle opens up, and then it turns that into support. And if you would close above that, and then you can put your stop loss below that and sit it out right now and trust the higher time frame more, because of that larger like absorption that's taking place, and don't really focus too much on like the lower time frame noise right now, because the lower time frame is gonna like scare me out, and like the higher time frame is gonna really show me now an absorption. And now I just have to be sitting on my hands, being patient, and just keep a close eye on the dollar, that the dollar doesn't make any weird moves, you know, back up again like with like a lot of volume or something like that. Just be patient, man. How do you use the VWAP? Yeah, same thing right now on the order flow as well, right? So we have like the 15 minute. And we're trying to close above this right now. We actually did close above it. And we're holding that as support right now. So yeah, you want to see that. You want to potentially hold above this here. That would be nice if you can. That would be very good. We're same for here, around in 35 minutes. The hourly candle will close. This is the VWAP. If you can close here on the hourly above it, that will be very healthy. That would be very good. Yeah, it is a 4 hour demand zone. We cannot neglect that, right? We cannot neglect that we're in a 4 hour demand as well. So yeah, I would not be selling here in this condition right now. Just had buys. The first buys were just taken too early. Yo, bro, how are you, man? Good. Yes. Yeah, streaming right now, yes. Really want to see that closure above that level again, that reclaim. Even though the higher time frame looks pretty solid. Yeah, look at the dollar, man. Dollar doesn't care. Dollar is just dropping. Dollar is not the problem right now, that's for sure. The dollar is doing its absolute best right here to facilitate our push to the upside. So the dollar is doing what it needs to do. Alex, can we get to 1,000 likes? Yes, that would be nice. That would be appreciated for sure. Thank you for asking. Thank you for saying that. It helps the channel grow through thick and thin. Thick and thin. Thick and thin. Wow, a little bit low volume right now at the moment. But yeah, wow, the point of control, man. Look at that. Like when I say the bottom, it's literally the bottom. look at that, man. Wow. Look at that. Look at the reaction. Wow. It always blows me away every time. We look at it for years like that, but like you will never spot that you will never spot that level without the volume profile. Like not like that. You will have a support level below that, but you never spot that level the way you do it with the volume profile, right? It's just like, yep. Why haven't you buy Dare done? I have. I told you I skilled in. Ready for next week. Thank you. We're not done yet, man. We are not finished yet. We have to really observe what's going to happen here because the dollar is dropping. Gold needs to break this level, and then it's back in the game, back in business. And the order flow is showing us that we just actually might try to push higher, which is very good, but it needs to try to squeeze up because we're getting a bit suppressed again. So yeah, we have to be patient. On the scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you? If 10 is very confident, I would say I'm pretty confident. Because I do really trust the higher time frame. Like the higher time frame shows me a lot more than the lower time frame. The lower time frame has a lot of noise. The 4 hours shows me that there is a lot of absorption still of sellers. That sellers are not able to push price down. Because if you see this happening right now, right, there is just a reason why sellers just are not able to break price at this current moment. Like we are trying to, they're trying to, but like they cannot because this is that major zone. And we're not able to break it, and there's so much selling happening here. But sellers are not able to break and close below this level. And that's why I think a stop loss, having the stop loss below here, where we had our stop loss, is good, because if that would break, you would be invalidated and price would probably drop lower and come down much more. We'll probably see like a move like this if you see the closure below this level here. So the fact that now this candle right here got absorbed again, and that we actually closes for our candle here, is actually good. But on the lower time frame, you can still see there's a lot of resistance right at the top right there. So that's like the, in my opinion, the short-term noise right now we have to deal with. So yeah, I'm pretty confident, but yeah, at the same time, I can't control. And I know the stop loss just needs to be there. It needs to be sitting there, and just be patient, man. And yeah, if I had a chance to close it in a smaller loss to them, I mean, I just look at every closure. I don't really look at, oh, how much did I lose? How much did I make right now? What if I lose less and then I make less? I just need to look at what is the confirmation that I see now. Does it make sense? Is there still a reason for price to come up? Are we getting absorbed? Is your stop loss still at the right location? And just think from that perspective instead of like thinking about money. Lorenzo, price will reach 4.4042 and go down again. Your TP is too big. Price won't go all the way up there. I always love how people can just say, yo, this is 100% gonna happen. Like, it's gonna do this, and then it's gonna do this. And then it's gonna go there. And then we're gonna go after that. We're gonna just range here for a little bit. And then we're gonna do this. I've literally seen guys on YouTube doing this. And I'm like, bro, how do you know that? Like, for real. Like, buyers come in, sellers come in. Just use risk. Manage risk. Find your zones. Don't try to predict too much. Okay, please help me, give me my money. I am a single mother with a one-month-year-old child. You know what I did once? I actually had like a, so this was really wild. This was years ago, years ago. When I started streaming, I was like new to YouTube at all, right? I never came live, never was on the internet, nothing, right? And I got like a message from like someone. And that person was asking for money. And like that person would make like up a whole story of like how she had her child, her 2 kids, the husband left her, everything with videos, photos, every little thing you could imagine, right? And I literally, I believed it. I believed it. I thought, nah, this is real. That has to be real. Okay? Because I was like, nah, this is like, okay. And I was like, you know what? Let's hop on a call. So I was like, okay, let's hop on a call. Let's see how I can help you, whatever. Because I genuinely was thinking about helping her, right? And then I was like, okay, I hopped on a call and everything was good. I was like, yeah, everything is exactly that, right? And I started GoFundMe or something like that with a group of people. I was like, let's start a GoFundMe for her. Raised money, all Fugazi. It was all fake. It was all Fugazi. Ever since then, never. And what happened was, eventually, what happened was that person was just doing that in every trading community possible. And it was also a person in the community, right? It was also a person that was actually trading and stuff. So it was not just a random person on YouTube in the chat. It was just like someone in the community that was trying to learn how to trade and actually sharing charts and all these things. So it was like super believable. But hey, you learn from it, you give away some money, and you feel that you've done something right, and you know, you learn. You learn, especially if you're new. I was new to this YouTube game as well and stuff like that, you know. You learn. Come on, man, that would have been a really good breakthrough moment here. Let's see if the 4-hour can actually respect this right now. Now we have to think about that area. The hourly is now breaking down below again, so we want to hold this zone. It's heavy compression in this area before by default. Higher time frame though is still showing some good things right now. We have some good levels to work with. Yeah, this is a very important moment as well for the dollar. Not just for gold, for the dollar as well. Your stop loss is too expensive for me. Yeah, then you need to either you're in a trade or not. If that you can't afford to stop, the stop has to be there. Yeah, it has to be there. Sometimes, you know, it has to be where it needs to be where it needs to be. Also, even here, if I would have my long here, my stop would be there too. Then it will be cheaper, I guess. You know what I mean? All right, absorption again. Absorption again. Higher time frame. Lower time frame noise. Always telling myself this all the time. Higher time frame, higher time frame, higher time frame. Forget the lower time frame noise. What is your plan today? Some boxing today. Yeah. Some boxing today. Okay. Unbelievable. So you're expecting this down push to be the fake out. To be really honest with you, I think gold can go higher, yeah. Personally. But yeah, it's facing a lot of resistance here now, for sure. But we're trying. We're really trying. It's really trying. It is really trying. Yeah, gold is doing its absolute best here. That's for sure. You can't deny. I'm proud of you, gold. You did your absolute best today. The dollar, you still have a little bit more downside in you. I know that. Regardless of what happens here, I am proud of you. You've done your best. You fought till the end. Look back at the daily as well here. I think the daily, yes. Yeah, the struggle here is real. That's for sure. The struggle here is real around this exact level for Goldie. That's why we wanted to buy there. Because of the same reason, actually. Lorenzo, how much capital do you need to qualify to apply for your next elite group? It changes every month based up around the demand. Because we only have limited spots available. That's why. Come on. You want to push it now? I can see it. You want to really trying to push it. And the VWAP is there, and the closure above the VWAP will be even better, because then the 4 hour is showing you the absorption, and then the 1 hour closes above the VWAP. If you can then get both, you're in a good position. You're in a good spot. But we have 9 minutes left. A lot can happen in 9 minutes. We know that. How much do you charge for your teaching? I mean, for most people, I would not say join the elite. We're closed anyways. We don't accept any new people. Just join my Telegram group, right? My free Telegram group. Look at the videos I posted here.
I wanted to create a quick video. For now, I think the volume is coming down. 5 in around 7 hours from now, again, 8 hours.
Just keep you guys in the loop. And also the book, I have a free book as well created for you as well that you can download for free. So there's a lot of stuff out there for free that I recommend you to watch, to read. One of them is my book. So just get it. You learn about the volume profile. The previous daily point of control, look at that. The previous daily point of control. Look at that. You see that? The previous daily point of control. The daily volume profile. Yeah. You can download this one for free. If you look at the volume profile right now, you look at the point of control. You see that right there? The point of control. That is what we bounced from today, actually. Right here. I'm going to read your book over the weekend. That would be nice. Amazing. Amazing to hear that, Nikki. Awesome. It's great to learn in the weekend, to read through it. I put all my knowledge in there except for the order flow. Okay, so we have the 4 hour. 4 hour is going to respect us right now. Okay, we have that absorption. The 1 hour right now is going to close soon, in 6 minutes. If we close above the VWAP, that's the 4 hour confirmation, that's the 1 hour confirmation that we need to stay in the trade, that the trade is still valid. At least that you can hold on to the trade until you get back to your entry or manage the trade or whatever you want to do here. And for the scaling part, yeah, that's the big one as well. If you scaled in, if you scaled in right here, right? We scaled in here. You close this trade there, you hold this trade there, stop loss goes to break even, and now you can try to squeeze it up. It's the best in ranging scenarios, ranging conditions. It is the best. Okay, damn. Okay. We're almost at that level there. It's good. All right. On MetaTrader, we're good. Wow, look at this, guys. Wow, 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 wow. I'm going to show you guys something. Okay. Wow. We close this trade right now in MetaTrader. And we're in profits, my friends. Fuck yes. That scaling work. Fuck yes. Out on futures as well. I exited on futures as well here. This is gonna get a skill here. Fuck yes. 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 1 second. Risk-free, yes, sir. That changes everything, man. Wow. That changes it. That changes the dynamic of this session completely. The higher time frame levels really are super important to pay attention to, because it's not just the higher time frame levels, it's also the closures after that. So how do you close in that area? Don't neglect the higher time frame. Wait for that absorption. Scale in. This is what I'm saying. In drawdown, there are opportunities where you can scale in, but only when it makes sense, with the right confirmations and with the right management. This is a prime example of this. It's a prime example of this right now. Really. So we got out of this first trade on break even. Okay. We scaled in at the bottom at the point of control. It was worth doing it because the fact that we talked about it already, right? You have this level, you scale in here, you have the same stop loss. Why not adding a little bit more size to this with a bit more potential if you know that this is a very important level? If price respects it and it comes back to your entry, you're now risk-free in a trade that still has potential to the upside, right? You can also say, I'm gonna get out on break, I'm gonna take profits now. I'm gonna take out some profits here, and then whatever happens, happens. Right? But now we're break even already for sure. So we have a risk-free session here. And this changes the dynamic now completely, because we can target the highs potentially, depending on this hourly closure right now at the moment, in 36 seconds. Okay? So you can decide, do you want to break even? Do you want to hold on? It's up to you. We had a wrong entry at the beginning, but it's about the management after that. So yeah, man, that changes the game this week. The winning streak holds. The winning streak holds. That changes everything. Kogigo has not hit break even yet, bro. Bro, I thought you unsubscribed. All right, we deserve a little chill session right now. Wow, damn. Yeah, sir. So we did close back above the early previous daily point of control right now at the moment. That is the good side of things right now. The fact that we did that. Also, the hourly candle has closed right now above the VWAP as well. So that is also a pretty good confirmation now that we're holding up here. But the problem is that we're going to face a lot of resistance now right here. This is exactly where we had that drop, right? That initial drop here, or that hard drop, you could say. Luckily, we had an entry there and lower. So we had like a limit order that we averaged out on. But like overall, this is an important level right now for gold to really pay attention to, I would say. And patience is everything, man. In this game right now, patience is everything. So we have to really thank and watch the higher time frame really well. So not get distracted. It's very easy for me to get distracted, and I was struggling with this a lot. I was really struggling with the lower time frame. Just being obsessed with the lower time frame all the time. And what the problem I was facing with that is that every time when I was doing that, I was just getting triggered to do things that I didn't have to do. Whereas on the higher time frame, if I trust the higher time frame process, then I know that I will be good. You know, if I just wait for the higher time frame to let it do its thing here, also in drawdown, there were so many moments where it looked like we would drop again, right? But then it did not. And if I just looked at the lower time frame, I probably would have already panic exited my position. And then I would have definitely not bought at the bottom. That's for sure. Headcast, the balance in confidence was key for this trade. Thank you, Lorenzo. Have a happy weekend. Gonna sleep. I'm in Cancun. Oh, wow. Okay. Take care. Enjoy, by the way. Cancun is super beautiful. Been there. Love that. It's very nice there. Enjoy. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, so now the previous daily, early previous daily POC is actually holding support. Just observing right now at the moment what is happening here on the hourly, because the hourly candle opened up and we will tap into the VWAP very soon. And that's kind of the thing that I'm watching right now, is to the sellers are stepping in at the bottom here. And this is where we find support now. And we have the VWAP right there. So I think it's still worth holding on to it now, to be honest. Actually, to be able to secure ourselves already is already great, right? And I'm definitely watching this level right now at the moment. Right now, we need to see a reaction here. Yeah, that's right now. You want to see a reaction around this level. Most of the time you will, though. Most of the time you will see some sort of reaction here. Let's see where the dollar is at. I think that's important too. I forgot about this as well. Okay, the dollar is indeed finding a bit of support now around this area. Yeah, I think I will have to take profits now in this case. Let's be a little bit more patient here. Let's see what the dollar is doing after, because we're still in this zone right now. We are reacting from it. We are reacting from this level. Are you going to stream Asian sessions only now? I've been making so much money in Asian sessions in comparison to New York lately. Okay. I have to be honest there. It's just how it is. And it's just because of the Trump news and stuff. Right now it's less. It's not as crazy anymore. But when I was trading the last weeks, it was only Trump, Iran. Just the only thing that we were talking about was Trump and Iran. And no matter the market conditions, right? Everything felt like
a struggle. And even though my analysis was correct, like 80% of the time, my analysis was perfectly on point. The manipulation that had to happen so many times before that move took or actually came was just ridiculous. It was just crazy. Yeah. So yeah, this was that buying zone indeed at 39.88, right? And the point of control. And the first one failed. And that was here. That was there. But we're back above it. Okay, wow, we're just respecting it, right? So even our entry right there, guys, even our first entry it would have been in profit too. So you're good to go. This looks really good actually right now. Looking at this hourly as well, the 15 minutes getting respected, the 4-hour closure here, the 1-hour breakout. It was just the level. It was just the level, just the level. I'm just making the Telegram post real quick. Yeah, it would be very insane if this would break out though, right? And let's be honest, this would be like crazy, but we will find a lot of resistance here, of course. We know that. We know that. Yeah, we need some steel balls for today to buy more and draw down, to manage the trade. We needed some steel balls. It's so crazy, right? We were in a winning streak as well, by the way, for like 2.5 weeks. And the moment I'm in a bit of drawdown, All the haters come back in the chat. And the moment I recover from it, I'm back in profit. They're all gone again. It's like, I've been doing this for years and it's always been like that. It's always been like that. Love it. Yeah. I mean, even in initial entry right now was just like, and you know what the thing is, another reason that we've seen a lot in Asia's session, right? There was another reason why I took this trade earlier as well. Was just because of the fact that every time when we see the candle development, right, we come into our major zone, our major level, like the point of control of the previous day and the early previous day, and Asia sets in the bottom wick of the daily candle and it shoots up, or it sets in the top wick and it shoots down very early in the session already. So the fact that we had to see this whole push down first was actually very unusual. You don't really see a lot of you know, manipulation and then a reversal in Asian session. Let's be honest. You see a lot more push, development of candle, and then it's a regular continuation, right? And then London will manipulate or New York will manipulate. We don't really see that many times that Asia will actually manipulate right now, like it's doing it right now, right? So even if you're still in the trade, then you are in profit now, for a fact. And you can close it in profit. It was not the best entry, to be honest. But patience. If you were patient then, and you trusted that stop loss below, then it would have been good. I will take some profit soon, to be honest, though. I'm going to take some profit, though. I want to end the day in green no matter what happens. I am still looking at the highs here, to be honest with you. The Wednesday highs. That would have been crazy. And I'm willing to take profits now and to hold on to this. So no matter what, I'm green for the day. Winning streak continues, green for the day. Made some good money this week. Actually, some good money this week. And yeah, see where price can take us. And if it comes back, it is what it is. If not. But for now, I think that because of the 4 hour, like I said before, the 4 hour closure here, and the 1 hour now above the view up, I think we're in a good position for follow through here. Yeah, I think this was a good manipulation. And that we might actually try to break out here. I do think so. But I think that taking profits though is a must, and I actually think that right now is that moment because we're in that hourly level here. Yeah, It's true. So I have to take some profits right now. Around this level here. Done. All right. Done, 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 done. Closed half. Stop loss and break even. And we're up for the day, my friends. GG. Congratulations if you sticked with me. And if you were in that initial trade, you are risk-free. And you should get out of the trade, in my opinion. And we'll go back on a Monday, you know? We'll do it this way. What level was that? 40, 16. 16. Okay. TP 1, 50%. And leave the rest running right now. That's it. Because I do believe that there is potential. There is absolutely potential. Yes. Oh, what happened to the screen? There we go. Sorry. Okay, guys. All right. So number one, if you took the first trade and you were still in the trade, then I think it's better to exit because you don't have the best entry. If you scaled in at the bottom, at the point of control below, then you're in a good position because you could have closed the first trade. You can leave this trade running. We took profits on the second trade. We leave it running right now. If you just entered the first trade, which I don't recommend you to do, right? I'm not a financial advisor. This is just for entertainment purposes only. But if you took the first trade because you believed in your own analysis, of course, then what you need to do is pretty much, decide what you want to do. Think about closing it potentially, right? And let's come back on a Monday fresh and the winning streak continues. What I'm personally going to do is I'm going to let this trade run right now. I took out 50%, so we're up for the day on this session. What I'm trying to do now is just to see if you could take it higher, okay? And potentially see how far we can actually take this. And if there is a chance that this is just what we call that manipulation squeeze for the breakout. There is potential. There is potential that this could happen, but there is also a chance we'll come down, okay? And we'll go back again to that same low where we came from. So do take that in consideration. The only thing that I can say is that the higher time frame right now is really showing a large absorption of sellers. And you can see it very, very clearly right around this level right here, that those sellers that were in control here failed miserably. And they failed again when price tapped into this. So our stop loss was underneath that level for a reason, right? This is why we risked less, because we knew that if price would get down there, that at least if we would be stopped out, the price probably will give us the continuation further to the downside anyways. And it doesn't make sense to be in a position longer. Because we held that position, it allowed us to manage the trade better. And the fact that we're holding it is very important right now. So there is a reason why we're potentially, in my opinion, holding this level. And we'll see what happens next, okay? We'll see what happens next. But yeah, I think we've done the best. We made the best out of this session. We dealt with drawdown like a G. That's it. We dealt with drawdown like a G. And yeah, amazing. I want to give a big shout out one more time to my friends in the elite as well here. The guys have been crushing it. Okay, Sony, congratulations for passing your funded account. I'm very proud of you because I know you've been crushing it here. Kwasam as well. He had a great week. Good to see you winning too, my friend. You have been putting in the work. We're very proud of you. Looking good. Look at that. Very nice. Amazing. Look at all these beautiful screens. I love to see the volume profile. And I love to see my order flow chart on the right as well. With my color volume profile and my candle colors. Look at that. I love that. I love that, Mac. Cam, Eurg. Amazing, my friend. Look at that. Amazing. You guys are crushing it all. For the rest, okay, the Gold Hybrid Trading Elite, the system, the actual lectures, the whole trading system and strategy with the order flow lectures as well is there. But we're closed for now. This is only if you're really serious about going from part-time to full-time. Okay. The Gold Hybrid Trading Elite is a group for people that are willing to go to a 6-week program with me and are actually willing to work with me for 6 weeks straight, 12 sessions. And then I always say it doesn't start after the 6 weeks. It doesn't end after the 6 weeks. It starts because from there onwards, we have our trading sessions and our analysis and stuff, and they're all consistently talking about this right here. So that's amazing to see. And yeah, like I said, we have all our sessions right there. Let me actually show this one more time. For you, what I recommend to do right now is to just simply download my book for free and join the Telegram community for free, because I will be posting setups outside of the outside of the Asian session in this case, right? That's it. But it's a predominantly serious thing right here to think about. It's actually a lot of topics that we cover: the correlation, higher time frame analysis, the volume profile, the footprint chart, order flow, trade reviews, the journaling, the range versus momentum, advanced execution, risk, psychology, live sessions, all these stuff. Yeah, a lot of stuff there. I will talk about it a bit more later on. But for now, download the book. Come back on a Monday. If you are out on break even, great. Just deal with this and we'll come back on a Monday. We'll get better entries, in my opinion. We'll get better entries, trust me. Next week as well here. And if you scaled in, amazing, of course. Incredible. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, much love, my friends. Let me do a quick shout out to the guys in the chat. You guys have been supporting me from the beginning. Also, when we're drawdown, yeah, you guys don't take it personal. You guys are committed to the process. All the guys that were hating are already gone. They disappeared because they disappear when you are back in profits. That's how it goes. So you guys are here, and I know you guys are legit. You guys are the legitimate guys in the group here. So, Atlant, Mark. Hugo, Greg, XS, sorry. The cool match, yes. Ariel, Red, yes, thank you. A lot of familiar faces here. See you next Monday, yeah? Okay, have an amazing weekend, okay? Stay cool, calm, and collected. The winning streak continued. Next week, back to work, and it's going to be very important for the dollar. I have to see what it wants to do here. And gold as well, because we're in a very important moment, very important level right now. It's going to be very interesting. Okay? Much love, my friends. Take care. I love you guys. I'll see you next time, yeah? Ciao. Ciao, ciao.